Okay, I've been researching for a little bit already, and kind of my system of I believe utility is secondary to community building, and I almost think it's a bigger predictor to see who's part of a community and what people think about it in a way that the arguments represent it. So instead of, there has to be a level of delusion and conviction almost in the people following the project, and genuine arguments, of course, always also as to why it would succeed. But it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, I think, when people love a project to once they would die for it. I don't know, but there has to be more than 5 people. It can't be it has to be a decently sized cult. QF, it's a blockchain competitor to Solana, etc. apparently, and it does a lot of stuff apparently better. Now I don't know if it's objectively better, because one thing I have noticed is these lists of checklists of oh, this does this and this one doesn't do this. I don't know what it is, but they often they're bullshit, or they're just misrepresented. You know what I mean? Like this guy, and these are real people. Teach of mass. Performing L1 ever conceived. So these are not dumb people, these are Q4 is mainnet, and so why has things not picked up? There's many reasons. Again, I am kind of in the trenches of Twitter searching for what conviction people have, essentially. Now this was at 25 million market cap in August, and just has been dumping. I'd say the floor is about 7 million. It's very cheap right now, though. I would say it even hit 40 million. Though the narrative of mainnets, I don't know. It isn't even on Coin. Is it on CoinGecko? Because I searched it, I don't even see it. So are they just building and they don't give a fuck about anything else right now? Is that what's going on? Because if that's the case, that's pretty fucking bullish. Oh, I think this is it. Quantum Fusion. No, it is. Okay. Of course it's on CoinGecko. No, this is not it. What? Deprecated token, maybe? I'm about to go do my morning routine. I haven't even done that. I did poo poo, but hold on. Instant finality. That's funny. Subnets will magically onboard users. They didn't. Quantum Fusion let users fund apps directly. No bullshit. So in November, regrets. Oh, and this is this a QF chart? Okay, looks like it. even if it's not. Good entry. Who's the team though? A tech leader meet a dream team. At QF, our team is intentionally assembled with a shared purpose to push boundaries, challenge conventions, and build technology that matters. Every member brings unique expertise, but together we move as one, driven by vision, collaboration, and pursuit of innovation. A tech leader with Alex Vietkin, experience driving complex IT issues across engineering, organizational design, and executive strategy. With a strong background in scaling teams and systems, Alex has played a pivotal role in shaping future-facing organizations, including already 5 years of contribution to the Open Science Active Inference Institute. Today, he leads the QF network with a focus on adaptive organizational design, education, and decentralized innovation. Back scratches, bro. My back fucking itches. No. He's got a history of 1 to 2 year work periods. I would assume they're not lying about these contributions, and like, because its probability is low. It's an age token, it's semi-aged, there's a lot of community members. People would find out, It's my kind of thesis. I'll probably look into myself a little bit, but he's unique blend of DevOps, Q4, QA, relationships, business critical solutions, new plan. The question I need to keep reminding myself is like, who are the competitors? The thing with robotics, Robora, is that it seems to be a first mover, and that's quite legitimate. I don't see anyone in the top players really doing what they're doing. So they're not gonna get like vamped. These are all quite interesting utilities, but quite different. And this is number 2,260. And has an amazing team behind it, so lots of potential. But you have to ask us who else is here, and yeah, it's true. And I have to look deeper before I make my final judgment. Hmm. It's not a scam. Not really likely at all. Those are the same guys, though, just says. I'll be right back. Okay. Honestly, I like what I'm hearing with QF. See what they say about that. I would like a nice summary on YouTube, maybe.
What is going on, my friends, and welcome back to another video here on the channel. Well, as you all know that over the last...
This was 10 months ago, so this was 14th November 2024. November, wait, that's 11th. Huh? Wait. So it was at a similar level as to what it is now, slightly better. So 9 million, like 9, we can summarize 10 million market cap. It was at approximately 8 million.
Last 4 or 5 years, I have consistently showed you all what I am doing personally as an investor, whether it's doing technical analysis for Bitcoin and Solana, whether it's investing into pre-sales and meme coins, whatever it may be, I bring it here to the channel, hence, of course, it being called Tyler Hill Investing. And in today's video, we're going to be taking a dive into something that I've recently just got back into because I do think it's finally time, especially now that we have seen the results of the election. It does seem as if it should align well, and I wanted to share it with you today. Now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be diving back into the world of microcap utility tokens. I took a break from this. I told you all that I wasn't going to be touching them for a few months because of what we were seeing throughout the summertime, but it does seem as if into Q4 and Q1 of next year, we definitely could really start to see this start to pick up. I think that utility projects are going to start to gain some traction again as liquidity does enter into the market, and I want to talk about one today with you that I think is like the runner-up. You guys know I always like to offer examples of what I'm talking about, and the one we're going to be talking about today is a great example of it. Now, today we're going to be talking about the QF network. This thing is currently valued around $5.9 million with $500,000 worth of locked liquidity. This thing has been around since a good while now. You can see here, we can see this bad boy listed right around May of 2024. It did survive the summertime, and not only just survive it, it saw some gradual growth throughout the summertime, at one given point pushing all the way up towards $1.12, which was a nice freaking $10 million market cap.
So that was a 6 million market cap. Okay. That's off by a bit for sure.
And it's done extremely well. The team behind this thing has seen projects that have seen as high as, in the billions at this given point. And so because of that, obviously, we're in a good spot right now for this one. I think that now that we're finally seeing the market allowing it, this is one of the ones that I think could really catch some traction just because of how it has performed throughout summertime. It opens up a lot of doors of opportunity for moving forward. So who is QF Network? What are they doing and much more? I will give you a quick warning. This is going to be a very, very technical video in certain parts, but bear with me. I will try to summarize it as much as possible. So what they're doing is they're going to be trying to create the most robust blockchain that there is out there. Their goal is to get themselves to be one of the first blockchains that accomplishes having a 0.1 second block time with 100 milliseconds of finality and over 10,000 transactions per second. Now, the primary reason why they want to do this, quite simply, is because, well, no one's really been able to accomplish it. If we do go up here, they go ahead and say that it's been 15 years since Bitcoin...
Hold on, I need to check something. It's over for bro. Hold on. This should be a image. I swear I saw it. Solana.
Bitcoin's chancellor on the brink of second bailout for banks launch moment. And they said, in this time, no blockchain-powered DApp became mainstream. Even you, dear blockchain-savvy reader, don't use dApps daily. Meanwhile, Telegram, which launched 5 years later, is nearing 1 billion users. And their main question is, well, why is that? Why is it that no one has truly been able to accomplish creating a DApp, creating a platform in a blockchain that is actually used on a consistent basis by the masses? It's true, it's just not really been the case. And the primary reasons that they come out and say is that, well, quite simply, people just aren't doing what it needs. You know, they say if your transaction takes seconds to get on chain, no real-time collaboration or games will partner with you. If you need to spend non-negligible amounts of money for posting those transactions, not going to happen. If your chain can't process even 1,000 transactions per second without stalling, how are you going to serve 1 million customers simultaneously? And that's really the biggest question. Obviously, there's a trilemma, which is something that has been a part of crypto for a long time that is slowly getting solved, but at the end of the day, it's just not been fixed. And they said until someone solves this, it's never going to happen. But they believe that they're the ones to do it. So what we can see here is that they go in very, very deep depth about exactly how they're going to do this. Let me give you some key examples or key portions of their overall game plan that'll make it rather clear of what their total idea is for how they can accomplish making, again, the most robust and fastest blockchain that there is. So what we can see here, first and foremost, that I think is important is that they're going to build this on the Substrate framework. What they say is that their optimization journey needs to start somewhere. And by somewhere, they mean the best blockchain building toolkit currently available, because to advance to the state of the art, one needs to start from one. Substrate is a modern, modular, and written in Rust, perfect for their heavy system and program tasking. It powers hundreds of production projects and is extremely hackable, exactly what they need for ambitious plans. Now, of course, what they say is that anyone can grab Substrate and get the performance noted above out of the box, but they're nowhere near 10 blocks or 10,000 transactions per second numbers that they need to make blockchains useful for any major non-speculative use cases, and this is how they're going to get there. Now, the core of their thesis, the core of their idea comes down to what's called the Spin Consensus Protocol. They say launching a new POS, or proof of stake blockchain, from scratch is hard. 33% attacks are real, creating a chicken and egg problem. For POS to be secure, the tokens need to have value. But for them to have value, they need to be secure. So what they're going to be doing is to do a reasonable thing and buy some POS security from Polkadot. So of course, in this instance, what's going to happen is now their proof of stake protocol is going to have some security from Polkadot. Again, PolkaVM, I believe, is the name of it. And then from there, obviously, their tokens can have value, which helps with the security and starts that little self-sustaining cycle that they need, of course, to be able to develop a good blockchain. Now, obviously, there is, again, a lot more information here that if you do want to dive deep into it, but the Spin protocol itself is the implementation that they're looking for to really be able to do this while building on Substrate and partnering up with, of course, PolkaVM, as we did mention before. Now, one interesting thing that they are going to be implementing as well is that they would, of course, they go ahead and say that, of course, they would like to teleport to the glorious future where all web is Web 3, but it's not there yet and it's not even close. And so because of that, they're going to be accessing Web 2 from Web 3 using ZKTLS. They said, we're not going to get there at all if the transition would be a bumpy ride. This is why QFN, or of course the QF network, would incorporate a built-in ZKTLS mechanism, a gadget to commit Web 2 data on chain, leveraging the cryptography used to encrypt website content for the browser anyway. That green padlock in your browser address means that the page you're looking at indeed came from your favorite social network and hasn't been tampered with in transit. It's only logical that your favorite DApp, using some fancy cryptographic tricks like the ones described in the, of course, ZK-Pass white paper, can do the same when putting the same data on chain. And so by, of course, bringing in some of these different Web 2 aspects into Web 3 as well, not only does it guarantee more security, not only for them but for the user, but obviously a lot better of a user experience, and of course more safety, as I mentioned before, for the user itself. Now, overall, again, guys, there's a ton of information here, and I don't want to go too deep into it because I know you guys may get a little confused or maybe even bored. So if you are kind of more techie, feel free to read into this. I've read all of it. I think it's absolutely fantastic, but I do want to dive more into what this could create and what type of opportunity that this offers from more of a token perspective, because it is absolutely amazing. So the fact that they are going to be going more of a builder first approach, right? The fact that they're going to be taking a builder approach first, and you can see that here on their, let's go over to their website. We can see this. The fact that they're going to be taking a builder first approach puts them in a spot to which, as we mentioned before, allows them to really be able to reach mass scale. Now, at mass scale, their game plan and their goal here is to create a world in which your hard-earned online reputation becomes a fluid, verifiable asset that you truly own. A decentralized talent market shows immutable cross-platform portfolios of work. Crowdfunding platforms allows backers to trace not just funds, but actual project milestones. Your reputation becomes your collateral, enabling novel financial models beyond traditional credit systems. Complex computation-heavy applications maintain blockchain's promise of transparency while operating at Web 2 speeds. They do believe that if they take a builder first, which means the actual developers, the people who are building it.
Okay, so what are they doing and why would they do it well? So they have a decent team, a good team, all doxed. So they will work at their goal, which is important to know, of course, before you even get into something. They are, in my opinion, in the microcap level zone where I think it's very attractive, like, which is like anywhere from, well, 0 market cap to like 10 million. When I see something like this, 41 million, the upside is just less. Well, it's not really true. It doesn't work like that. It's I need to maybe change this mindset, but also people consider it. My system for investing has been like what are these actually? The fuck is this? Liquidity is actually a bit smaller, but yeah, I think market cap just matters in terms of upside potential, how people perceive it, who it attracts, and I'm more used to smaller cap stuff. That's just my kind of method. But yeah, they're essentially building a blockchain, the most usable, scalable, efficient blockchain there is. Efficient, maybe not the right word, robust is the right word, meaning they're trying to have a instant finality, 10,000 TPS. They have multiple functionality like your identity, what you do. They want dApps, fast and stay free. Like they essentially are adhering to or trying to fix the issues of scalability, and not scalability, but more so usability in blockchain. Parallel execution. I mean,
if they put them first and make sure they have the best opportunity possible and that the things they build will be as best as possible, this is a world in which they can create. And obviously speaking, if they can create a world that looks like this, in which they can quite simply just redefine decentralized apps, we're going to be in a spot in which we could see QF clearly reaching into not only just the low hundreds of $1 million of market cap, but that could quickly become $1 billion plus market cap crypto, obviously. I mean, look at certain things like Solana, for example, or even Polkadot, as we mentioned before. These are $1 billion market caps, several $1 billion. There's no reason why, if they can't accomplish what they're trying to accomplish here, why they can't push this thing upwards. Obviously, at a $6 million market cap, that's very interesting. And that's, of course, why I am looking at this thing. The QF token itself is going to be the native token of the entire, not only just the ecosystem, but the blockchain going forward. And obviously, as they do start to implement some of these different things, it is just intrinsically going to have to increase in value the more people that use this and the more people that find value in the blockchain itself. Now, going forward, of course, what they say is that in a world where speed and efficiency define user experience, the Quantum Fusion network is built for the future of decentralized technology. They go on to say that, just imagine a blockchain that speaks the same language as the global internet. QF network leverages NQUIC and WebRTC, the very protocols behind the fast networks, to create seamless peer-to-peer connections, meaning that no more bottlenecks, no more slowdowns, reliable performance for every dApp. And so again, imagine if they pull this off. Imagine if they can create exactly what they're saying that I see in WebRTC technology. What they say is that in a world where speed and efficiency define user experience, the Quantum Fusion network is built for the future of decentralized technology. They go on to say that, just imagine a blockchain that speaks the same language as the global internet. QF network leverages NQUIC and WebRTC, the very protocols behind the fast networks, to create seamless peer-to-peer connections, meaning that no more bottlenecks, no more slowdowns, and reliable performance for every dApp. And so again, imagine if they pull this off. Imagine if they can create exactly what they're saying that they're going to create. Imagine the impact that that can have on their actual token itself. And so because of those things and having a good understanding of the fact that they're building this thing strongly from the ground up, they have the funding, they're injecting the correct amount of liquidity to make this thing work. Their token's holding up extremely well, even throughout the summertime from what we saw. I'm sure they got a little bit of a pullback, but they have maintained support extremely well. I do think that this is easily one of my top picks for cryptos that I am looking at in this price range. And for this market cap range, and I have to share it with you today. And so with that in mind, this thing is still very new in my opinion. 1.6k holders, only 4,000, 5,000 followers over on Twitter, so a lot of opportunity for growth here. And hopefully this video wasn't so technical that you got lost, but hopefully it was just deep enough to where you can start to understand that this thing goes deep. And I highly encourage you to head down to that light paper down below and go check out all this information. So let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Is this something that
Quantum Fusion Network, or QF, is redefining blockchain architecture and positioning itself as the next Solana. Engineered from the
Hmm. 10,000 TPS. Instant finality. See what they say. Of course, I have no idea. I've not done research on this, but a reply from anyone here will let me know about who they are a little bit more. I'll give it time.
Top cryptos to hold until 2025. Top cryptos to hold.
Wow, guys. Quan is making levels that I'm even surprised at. Like, I thought once I brought out $88, right? I brought out $88. I'm thinking we might be screwed here because we are breaking below levels fast.
My top 5 favorite projects in crypto. Number 5, Polkadot. Number 4, Ethereum. Number 3, WeChain. 2, Cardano. 1, XRP. My top.
Today, me, Crypto Cobra, is diving into the top 5 AI crypto.
I do think we will have a cycle top before the end of the year, which will then set up the 2026 bear market. If Bitcoin is at 130K, if it's at 130K or 140K, and it's December, that's probably it, right? If it's at 180K,
Not a lot that I'm finding. I'll try to look for some criticism.
Go home. Forget this thing. I can recognize an obsession. what good will come of it?
Well, hasn't good come of your obsessions?
At first, but I followed them too long. I am their slave. And one day they will choose to destroy me.
If you understand an obsession, then you know you won't change my mind.
So be it.
Make a mistake again. I won't make a mistake again.
Yeah, you will. But not because you're you, just because shit happens. I started a fryer fire. Night after I won Food and Wine's Best New Chef, nearly burned the place down.
For real?
For real. And this weird thing happens, too. You have this minute where you're watching the fire and you're thinking, if I don't do anything, this place will burn down and all my anxiety will go away with it.
Then you put the fire out.
Then you put the fire out.
My issue with Sensei is that people talk more about the price and the chart as opposed to the team utility or what the vision is. Which is better? Not the bots, not a good sign. It's equivalent to like clog or noise. $11 billion, $1 billion. Do people still believe in Trias, by the way? So let's see. Remember this token, man. Never really did what people wanted to do. It's been a slow, painful ride downward. Just don't think it's that interesting. Silencio. It's very, very niche though it feels. I don't know. $160K followers, bro, it's crazy. No answer yet, it's not a good sign. The relation to Web 2 and exactly what it's trying to do. What do you understand? It's using certain protocols that makes it much more likely it could be the missing puzzle in terms of actual adoption. This guy is like vulnerability and poverty. Okay, so let's open a light paper, I guess. The Great DApp Gap, tunneling over the barriers into mass DApp adoption. So it does seem like their main goal, and what is stopping all those projects is a fundamental mismatch between what a typical blockchain offers and what application users learn to expect from their Web2 experiences. I agree with that. This is about the lack of adoption, okay? And as a developer building a dApp on QFN, you'll be free to choose your finality guarantee. Selling a house with an on-chain escrow definitely warrants an additional 12 seconds wait for extra security kicking. But purchasing a coffee or a character skin for your blockchain-powered MMO can happen almost instantly.
have to remind myself to breathe sometimes. I have to remind myself to be present, you know?
So in terms of AI, we're gonna have a research battle between Robora. I already bought. I don't want to know if I want to get bigger into it. I already have a bag in it. Like between Silencio and Aki, and just see what has more upside, you know, and the risk to reward ratio, and just compare them in terms of community, team. I do know Robora has an amazing team. I'll say a 90 at least. Out of 100 community, 100 chain, ease, Q4 catalyst, Silencio. I think a lot of it will come down to a Q4 catalyst as well. Risk. Alright. Let me add the chart actually. Aki, where's Aki? Chart, Aki, there you go. Cage, let me add Cage as well. Cage is getting raped, man. Again, I'm not convinced Cage at all, to be honest, because I mean, hello. But damn, it is dumping hard. We'll add Cage as well, actually. Robora. We'll add at the top because we're already convinced we'll buy that. There we go. Silencio, essentially the utility is audio, the ears for robotics, economic takeover. Like they do a lot. Accessible from web, right? Very interesting. For now, though, I want to focus on QF because I generally think it's a very interesting project, and I want to learn more about it before I move on. Let's close everything because again, I'm kind of getting like lost in the sauce with these millions of tabs open. All right. So can you explain the parallel processing and how that works? Well, kind of. I think how it works is like the idea of committing a block to the chain as a finality and the processing as a separate concept. Getting it into the block, thus securing its position in permanent history, and having it execute and reflect in the state update are two separate processes. That's what the... let me read this. This approach is complex and compromises anonymity and ties our blockchain to centralized web elements like certificate authorities like DNS and DNS providers. Instead, we're using I'll take a little break here. I'll be back. All right. Last 15 minutes, and I'm gonna go eat. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I don't know if I were gonna leave something behind. I would want it to be panicless, anxiety-free. And I think in order to do that, I would have to be square with everything and everybody. Like to make it good, I'd have to filter out the bad. Yeah, I don't know if I were gonna leave something behind. I would want it to be panicless, anxiety-free. And I think in order to do that, I would have to be square with everything, and everybody. Like to make it good, I'd have to filter out the bad.
That's not the best way, maybe. Where do we hold support now? I need a way to analyze the chart that I can see and give my own honest prediction about. Let's do one day try. This is definitely the floor then. And we're already kind of bouncing off that. I don't think we go lower. What if we go here? I mean, nah, man, it's just so unlikely. Q4 is launching. The holder ratio is pretty healthy. Again, they're still active as fuck on their Twitter, on he was wrong. I'm gonna buy a bag now, maybe. Like, but we're the main competitors. So I don't know if they'll give me an answer.
That restaurant, it has, and it does mean a lot to people. It means a lot to me.
Here it is. This is what I needed.
Chef.
Okay.
Chef.
Transaction speed 12 seconds. 0.2 finality. 12
Why are
seconds
you
for
such a
security.
fucking asshole?
You're welcome.
I'm welcome? For what?
The issue is they're leaving out Algorand, which is a main competitor. Though,
Left an excellent chef.
if they do what they say and they have some addition, some mix on that,
That's the point, right?
That's the point?
You want her to be great. You want her to be excellent. So you got rid of all the bullshit and you concentrated and you got focused and you got great. You got excellent. It worked.
You gave me ulcers. And panic attacks and nightmares. You know that, right? You understand that?
Yeah, I gave you confidence and leadership
Up to
and
database.
ability. It fucking worked.
30 million.
That hurt, you know? And I think that flicked this switch in me where I was like, okay, fuck you. Watch this.
I'll buy a bag, I think. Now's the time. Fuck it. I'll adjust as I'm going. It's not final, obviously, but for now, it's a good buy, I would say. I'll probably buy more of this if I realize it's a major conviction play. Again, I could fail. Can always fail, but anything can. Cool, looks insane. Hope the execution goes well. Why did I put a comma here, by the way? French. We'll keep a small bag in our sniper wall in case we see something. Well, chance is small, but a lot of competition there, though. Lots of alpha that are confident in this project, which is impressive, which is good. I just don't see this going much lower though. Like, could it not go? Should it go to 50 cents? It could, yeah, but even that's a 50% dump. What I'm saying is, that's not possible though with the launch of Q4. Like, with the mainnet, like, it's just not. We're literally at the price it was during. This looks very fucking good. I can't lie. Long-term play, you know, just buy and forget type shit. I don't know, it feels like a steal. Community members kind of loving each other. How many posts in the last day? September. Rabora and QF Network both have a lot of alpha interests, and I really like what both of them are doing. Ah, and this guy holds it too. That's good. My headset is about to die. No.
This job's insane. Yeah, I'll go from chill to unchill in a second, but you gotta stay ahead on your work. That's just that.
What am I on? You know what? I'm gonna remove Anki. The issue I have with Anki is it's too high market cap. The upside is just not really there. Like, I gotta be objective here. Like when I'm trying to trade for Q4 and maybe even a bit longer, but I don't know, man. Cage, the project alone, its lack of interest. I don't know. What have people been saying about Cage at this point? Do you think bots? I think yes. I think bots are bad. I would even call that a pattern. Hold on. I'll just call it micro cap gems Q4 2025. And I also want to create my portfolio eventually, so rename gem portfolio. Okay, Silencio. Again, you want to try avoid what is the ticker for Silencio again? LSC, yeah. Guru, yeah. What? SLC, what the fuck am I even typing? The chart is just not a fan of it. It's too risky. This could easily dump further, much further. I could, I just think this has a higher probability. Why? Chart bias, I don't know what to call it. Just my intuition. Well, don't base yourself off intuition, my guy. It's a recipe for disaster. What's happening with East anyway? We're going a bit lower, it seems. Maybe. Or I don't know, man. Cage is just... that's not good. They already have products live. I don't know. I think I'm gonna fade it because I'm not convinced. Honestly, these colors are kind of pissing me off. I think I might just make it fully fucking white again because holy shit. White again, I see. There you go. And I'll make this like poo-poo color. Okay, Silencio or Bora. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the chart either. We're gonna fade it. Okay, just carry it, right? The Bora and Quantum Fusion Network. Not a bad list. Main FDAP coming up. Look at these. Community. Compare to community though. You ask a question on here as well, didn't I? For 2,190 members. Let me clear up my shit a bit, because holy fuck. I'm in too much shit right now. Can I not do it quicker? Maybe? Oh wait, you can actually do control and it opens much quicker. Forgot about that. never use these channels, man. They just clog my shit up. I mean, look, I would rather, like, let's say I want to know if something is liked by alpha in general. And that's what a call really is, right? I would make up my opinion by myself, first of all. I would not fucking get a call and say, I'm not eating this shit. I don't know. I just don't think it's the play, man. Could be wrong, but... What are these guys doing? Cringe. It's probably a faster way to do. Jesus Christ, man. What? What the hell?
Really want one of these bullshit stars?
Yeah. Yeah, I really do.
You're gonna have to care about everything. More than anything.
Wait, I still have access to the Solana bot? I don't think bro knows. Oh hell no. I appreciate that. I do very much appreciate that. Oh, he doesn't know. Okay, that is fucking alpha, man. And I know for a fact Solana does way better in terms of this shit. It's a different strat, but it's a... I remember correctly, you need a wallet pool. I don't think he'll know unless I make myself active again. Let me hide my name really, my status, how do I do that again? Settings. Hold on. Privacy. Nobody. Can I see when other people are on? No. Okay, I have access to this. That's good. I'll use that instead. Fucking perfect. Fucking perfect. Use this. It will. Conviction. Who is this guy properly? Cryptomanic. What's his... Because again, the word of someone only matters as much as the person. And his ethos. Cryptomanic. What's this guy? Cube Network and expert analyst, that's what I'm together. following? No, let's see his followers. Who is following this guy? August 16th. So he was convinced already. It doesn't seem like a bad profile. August 16th. That was... I mean, 9 million, same level right now. The run hasn't really happened yet. The conviction play universally in alpha accounts for QF is a pretty high ratio. Now, me myself, like this is the thing. This is always a gamble. If I lose this, again, my goal is QF. What I'm gonna do actually, because I still have access to this, and it's just free, I guess. I have access to the Solana bot, and I know it's usable because, well, it's a leap of fate, but with the right effort, you can make it work, essentially. Lost capital for sure, small investments here and there, and we'll try and make it an active tradable skill. Hopefully I don't get banned before that, but yeah. I don't think so. Okay, he has no reason to. And this is what establishing a presence does. And I have access to a tool that costs like a shit ton for free, pretty much for now. They'll probably discover it. I'm thinking I have a couple week parachute at least. Or need to buy it again next month, hopefully, or 2 months maximum, or it's gonna be sus as fuck. Right, so let me continue clearing up. Blazing bots, don't use this. I don't know what this guy is. Eat safe sniper channel, what is this? This just... doesn't look terrible. I like his optimism. I'll stay. Hold on, I need to see this. They launched. What happened? Oh. Website. I'm trying to see what this is all about now. Phone still not out yet. Holy shit. Anyway, it's kind of a waste of time here. Moonsense community. Spybar. Auto. Good coin. Autobots chat. It was a smart play by me. To organize everything a bit easily. I'm gonna have to strategize in a sec for a bit. I have some ideas of what I will do. Man, holy shit, I joined a lot of shitcoins groups. Almost done, I think. ERBT Solana. Available fields for filtering basic token info. Market data. Trading activity, token properties. Rug check. And you need a wallet pool. Did I save it? Dune. Seems like my strategy is gonna change a bit here. Bringing Sol Essentials. The problem with Simple AI is the utility itself was not convincing to me, if I remember correctly. There was some strong reason why I didn't feel convinced. Oh, okay. I just want to see, because I don't know. It was just not... SMPL. It's not even CoinGecko. What? It is down a fair chunk. It's a newer launch. Nah. Yeah, we're gonna fade it for now. I don't know. Just not convinced. Could be a, bad. Could be a mistake, but we'll see. Oak, Dunzo for too high market cap. Just not really my cup of tea. Kiev network, that's definitely gonna have to be, I don't know why I haven't added that here yet. Live chats, Cuba. There you go, utility, or we'll call it gems. Utility gems. It's fine. Alright. Go. Extra, do your own research. So I could create some type of system of calls plus wallet tracking, maybe. It's gonna be trial and error for sure, but yeah. Does it say I'm still a part of it? Maybe. Anyway, I don't think he'll know. Add to folder, DRPT. Where is he? What? Wait, where is the bot? Where is it? Good. I can't accidentally leave it if I do that. What does this guy do usually? I need a folder that's like callers. I'll see, but that chats. Another thing I wanted to do actually is create a larger. Why is that so connected?
I'll make a mistake again. I won't make a mistake again.
Yeah, you will. But not because you're you, just because shit happens. I started a fryer fire. Night after I won Food and Wine's Best New Chef, nearly burned the place down.
For real?
For real. This weird thing happens, too. You have this minute where you're watching the fire and you're thinking, if I don't do anything, this place will burn down. Then all my anxiety will go away with it.
Decent channel, I'd say.
We'll put the fire out.
We'll put the fire out.
It's fine for now. Why'd I have a banana gun like channel? I don't know, it seems goofy. It is definitely vacation time right now in general for all these. Like, there's not much at all launching. Like, if we check, well, I prefer to use deck screener for this. Actually, the screen looks better. Check the 24-hour gainers. Oh my gosh, I didn't want to fucking open you. So, like, look at this. And you have to assume that usually the large movers are bundled bullshit. So if there's only one or two, like, this is terrible. On Solana, it's pretty bad also, but it's not like the worst. There's still some shit going up. It's pretty fucking bad, man. So I think we cleared our Telegram. Nope, still some bullshit. Save A, I use that pretty regularly. Save messages. I'll be using this the most probably. Well, not yet, but soon. And where is my retarded? Where is it? Oh, right. Pin too many. Well, we can't use this right now, so can we? Yeah, okay. Okay, so we do have this. We can use it. Unpin for now. What about this? Can we use this? Utilities are my priority right now. But yeah, even this, I need to be kind of in the loop, so I need to be able to sell if bad news drops. Front run the fucking capitulation. Alright, this is good so far. But this will... I mean, will you use this for... I don't think so. I don't think I'll use this for... what would you use for Solana when you do enter it? It's a good question. A wallet tracker. So like any kind of wallet tracker that could help me is probably useful. So pin it, yeah. Too much pinned right now. What do I not? I mean, you're gonna use this, so you know. Realistically, though, this right now you're not gonna unpin. Unpin. That looks good. Alright, take a little break here. Very happy with what I have right now. I'm happy with my kind of layer kind of blockchain play here, like a layer 1 runner that can, or a layer 1. Well, yeah, I guess it would be called a layer 1 then, right? I mean, yeah. Easy dApp development, or whatever you want to call it, but yeah, alright. Right. No, watch something while I'm eating.
Narratives. What about narratives? Narratives just be. The thing is, most people pay attention to the narrative that's big right now, rather than the one that comes next.
What comes next?
And crypto VCs know this, which is why they are constantly looking for what could be the next big thing. As it happens, a recent article published by one of crypto's biggest VCs reveals what narratives we should be watching in 2025.
This is the year 2025.
My name is Nick, and today we'll summarize this article and tell you which cryptos could go interstellar as a result. Before we go any further, you need to know that nothing in this video is financial or investment advice. This video is purely for education and entertainment purposes only. So, with that out of the way, let's begin. The piece we'll be looking at today is titled, quote, "A few of the things we're excited about in crypto in 2025. It was written by Andreessen Horowitz, more commonly known as A16Z. We leave a link to the full article down in the description, but we'll be summarizing everything for you here in simple terms. Now, the article starts with one of crypto's most exciting developments, and that's AI agents. In case you didn't know, AI agents are a major step up from AI chatbots like ChatGPT. And that's because they're able to interact with one another and can operate without human intervention. As such, AI agents are colloquially referred to as AI 2.0. And this is something we covered in a recent video, and we'll leave a link to that in the description for you to come back to later. Anyway, the authors note that AI agents have already given a glimpse of their potential. Some, like Terminal of Truths, have shown that they can interact with crypto, which opens the door to a world of new possibilities. However, this is just the beginning. As AI agents become more autonomous, we'll start to see them being used for some seriously interesting stuff. This could range from operating deeper nodes to being autonomous crypto whales. We could even see blockchains being fully built and operated by AI agents. Now that would be really insane. And this relates to the second prediction, which is that the AI chatbots, or AI 1.0, will also become more autonomous. The report's authors note that there's already an AI running applications in an isolated environment, and the next step could be what they call, quote, a decentralized autonomous chatbot. Basically, this AI chatbot would be able to build a social media following. It could also generate income from its audience and manage its assets in crypto as well. And not only that, but the chatbot could also have full autonomous control over its private crypto keys and could apparently become the first autonomous billion-dollar entity. What's strange, though, is that this is just another description of AI agents. In fact, if you watched our recent video on AI agents, you might recall that there's one called Luna, which literally does everything we just mentioned, including having autonomous control of a crypto wallet. In any case, the authors then point to the proliferation of AI being used to scam people via deepfakes and impersonations, and say that this problem needs to, of course, be addressed. And one way to do this would be with something called proof of personhood. As the name suggests, this would be some kind of digital proof that what you're seeing is indeed a person and not some computer-generated BS. In other words, a digital ID. From our perspective, these are dangerous waters to tread. As you'll probably know, digital IDs are something that entities like the United Nations or UN are actively trying to roll out. This dystopian tech would centralize your personal data, making surveillance easier for the powers that be and making privacy virtually impossible for you and me. More about that in the description. Oh, and by the way, if you're feeling bullish about 2025, show it by smashing those like and subscribe buttons. And you may also want to hit those bell notifications too to make 100% sure you don't miss any of the alpha we have coming next year. Moving on. Okay, in the next part of the article, the report's authors explain that while prediction markets, such as Polymarket, have recently become popular throughout the US presidential election campaigns, they won't be as transformative as people might think. And that's because they often yield unreliable results, making it difficult to gather quality information. Instead, quote, prediction markets set the stage for more distributed technology-based information aggregation mechanisms. In other words, using blockchain technology to gather and share information in a more efficient way. According to the authors, this would benefit a variety of use cases, from community governance to finance and much more besides. The authors note that while prediction markets are unreliable, there are other mechanisms out there to incentivize people to truthfully share information, and many of these have already found their way into crypto. And that's because blockchains are a perfect fit for these mechanisms due to their decentralized and public nature, meaning it's much harder to corrupt or influence any data, and that the data can be verified by anybody. Next, the authors predict that larger businesses will experiment with using stablecoins for payments rather than TradFi payment rails. And that's because stablecoin fees are considerably lower due to the lack of intermediaries. They add that small and medium-sized businesses, such as coffee shops, for example, will be the first to switch, since these are the ones that are hit hardest by credit card processing fees. As for larger businesses, the authors add that, quote, if stablecoins indeed speedrun banking history, then enterprises will attempt to disintermediate payment providers, adding 2% directly to their bottom line. Now, 2% might providers, adding 2% directly to their bottom line. Now, 2% might not sound like a lot to you or me, but to massive companies with billions of dollars in the bank, this is actually a huge difference. In the next part of the report, the authors predict that we'll see an increase in the number of government bonds being put on chain. Now, tokenizing these bonds would create interest-bearing digital assets that don't compromise on privacy, unlike the dystopian alternative of central bank digital currencies or CBDCs. Those countries with governments that are more pro-innovation could begin to explore the benefits of trialing government bonds on the blockchain. And the authors give the UK as an example here, where the Financial Conduct Authority, or FCA, is already exploring digital securities. Meanwhile, across the pond, the authors say that we should anticipate more discussions in the US about the advantages of on-chain bonds, including greater transparency, improved efficiency, and broader participation in bond trading. For the next narrative, the authors explain that recently Wyoming passed a law to recognize DAOs as legal entities through a new structure called DUNA, which stands for Decentralized Unincorporated Nonprofit Association. Essentially, DUNA gives US-based crypto projects and DAOs more legal legitimacy. And this allows them to take care of tax and compliance requirements and can even separate token holders from any liability. Notably, the authors point out that this is, quote, the only viable structure for US-based projects. As such, they expect this to become a standard way of doing business. Then, the report makes a pretty cypherpunk prediction. Quote, as people become increasingly dissatisfied with the current governance and voting systems, there's now a window of opportunity to experiment with new tech-enabled governance, not just online, but in the physical world. It goes on to say that blockchains could be used to ensure secure voting for elections and could even open the door to the so-called liquid democracy, where people can vote directly or let someone vote on their behalf. This was something that was deemed impossible until recently, but thanks to advances in computing and blockchain technology, it's now a possibility. In the next part of the report, the authors give a few predictions on how developers will build future applications and infrastructure. The first of these is that builders are more likely to use the infrastructure developed by others rather than constantly trying to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. And that's simply because it's quite common for newer versions to have some sort of a shortfall, which can actually make them less efficient. And this ties into the next prediction, which is arguably the most important. And that's because the authors predict that developers will focus on the end user experience first and let that determine the underlying architecture. We say this is the most important because crypto's user experience undeniably needs improvement if we're to see mass adoption anytime soon. The thing is, though, not only would this benefit the user, it would also benefit the project in question. And that's because it would allow the team to focus on finding a product market fit rather than building the most overly complicated blockchain application first and hoping it catches on. In other words, the more user-friendly the product is, the more users it will get. Kind of funny how obvious it sounds when you say it out loud. To add to this, another prediction is that the next wave of Web3 applications will abstract much of the crypto jargon away from the surface, hiding the wires, so to speak. While blockchain technology has near limitless capabilities, the truth is that the complexity can be kind of off-putting to outsiders. I mean, can we honestly expect to tell a no-coiner about things like modular blockchains or ZK EVMs and expect them to jump on board right away? Of course not. The report actually draws comparisons to the early days of email, where users could hit send without worrying what's going on the back end, or Spotify, which revolutionized music by abstracting away file formats. To be blunt, this is the very approach that's been lacking across many protocols. Now, the final section of the report touches on narratives that relate to crypto's adoption. And the first of these is specialized app stores, similar to platforms like Google Play or Apple's App Store. As you'll know, these platforms have a duopoly on the mobile app sector and aren't particularly crypto-friendly. They're known for exploiting application developers or even censoring apps entirely. Naturally, this limits the accessibility of people wanting to explore the space. However, we're now starting to see crypto app stores being created, such as the dApp Store for Solana mobile phone users or the World App Marketplace for the controversial WorldCoin. And as the authors point out, there are thousands of dApps spread out across multiple ecosystems, as well as platforms focused on blockchain gaming. Now, the authors explain that while crypto has made many advancements in 2024, such as the political engagement we've seen in the US elections or the rollout of spot Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs, now is the time for crypto holders to become crypto users. According to the article, there are around 617 million people around the world who already own crypto. And yet, the number of people actively using crypto is tiny. I mean, somewhere between 5 and 10% of those holders. On the one hand, this is great. This means that when you consider the number of crypto users set against the global population, there's still an incredible amount of growth potential. However, it also raises the question of how much adoption we can expect from the wider world when our own crypto natives seem to take a, shall we say, passive approach. However, the authors add that, quote, early applications we've already seen across categories like stablecoins, DeFi, NFTs, gaming, social, deepen, DAOs, and prediction markets are starting to become more accessible to mainstream users. And for the final 2025 narrative, the authors highlight real-world assets, and they note that as crypto infrastructure gets more efficient and cheaper to use, the process of tokenizing assets will become more common in many industries. And these assets, which were previously considered to have minimal value, could in fact now be traded and used in the global economy. And the authors actually compared this to fracking. Just as it made previously unreachable oil accessible, tokenization could unlock new ways to make money from unusual assets. For example, people could digitize and lease their health or biometric data securely using blockchain technology. In fact, there are already a few instances of this in decentralized science companies, or DeSci, where medical data is gathered through blockchain technology in a more transparent and consensual way. DeSci, eh? I bet that's a new one for you. So then, which cryptos could benefit most from these narratives? To refresh your memory, A16Z highlighted several narratives to watch, these being AI agents, prediction markets, DAO infrastructure, account abstraction, and improved dApps. So let's start with AI agents, which we think could be a huge narrative in 2025. Now, while you could place your bets on individual tokens associated with their own AI agent, is a much less risky approach you could take. And that's because the underlying blockchains supporting AI agent infrastructure will capture a lot of this value. The catch is that many projects are moving towards AI, so only the ones with the strongest infrastructure will outperform. For example, there's the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance's FET. In case you didn't know, Artificial Superintelligence Alliance is what Fetch.ai became after it merged with SingularityNet and Ocean Protocol. It's sort of like crypto AI's version of the Avengers. And there's also the Virtuals Protocol, which lets you create AI agents with very little effort. We suspect that crypto could become spammed with AI agents in a similar way that Pump.Fun spammed us with the meme coins. Let's just hope this doesn't create an army of AI agents that go all Skynet on us. As for prediction markets, there are some incredibly risky projects you could look at, but just like the AI agents, you're probably better off going for the underlying blockchain. In this case, that would be smart contract cryptos like Solana or even Ethereum. In fact, Polygon could also be worth Solana or even Ethereum. In fact, Polygon could also be worth considering that the biggest prediction market, Polymarket, was built on Polygon's tech. And by the way, full disclosure, I do hold Sol in my personal portfolio. When it comes to DAO infrastructures, cryptos that offer simplicity could see the most use. So, naturally, this includes interoperability projects like Cosmos, whose chains have built-in governance mechanisms. We're also seeing the emergence of governance platforms like Realms on Solana, which could someday launch a token for early users. There's some alpha for you. As for account abstraction for early users, there's some alpha for you. As for account abstraction cryptos, the elephant in the room that nobody seems to notice is Near Protocol, which also happens to be an AI crypto. Near Protocol launched something called chain signatures over the summer, which makes it possible to access wallets on different chains from a single wallet on Near. Definitely not a crypto to sleep on, and one that I also hold. And finally, we have improved dApps, which is where things get really interesting. Some dApps, such as Uniswap, have launched their own wallets and even their own chains. Aave is in the process of doing something similar. So this suggests that the top performing cryptos in the dApp space will be those which are building their own user-friendly infrastructure and optimizing their protocols. Of course, there are plenty of other coins and tokens that we haven't mentioned that could do just as well as the ones we've covered. Maybe even better. The key thing to remember is to keep your finger on the pulse. You'll need to do the research to find the hot narrative of right now and ask yourself where this hype could be rotating to next. And if
Welcome back to the channel, DXB Crypto family. Today, we're diving deep into Bitenso Tau and its most powerful feature.
Miss the meme coin pump? Don't let the next trend or narrative pass you by. Zero in on trends early with CoinGecko's categories and key stats features. Let's run how you can start using them now. Our categories page is organized token. green, or
I think I'm going to now take a little break and clean my garden and the cafe itself. Better now than later. I have plenty of time then. Kind of happy with the progress today. I found a new coin that I really like, for sure, that I think has great upside potential in the medium term, well, short term, even a couple months potentially. Of course, I need more added here, but that's good for now. This color is kind of zesty, man. What the fuck? That's better. War quantum computing network. Wait, what happened to her? Hold on, this is kind of off topic, but I've seen her name. The fuck? Fucked up, man. People are naturally hungry as well, though. Like, people just want to see his list. KTA. All these TA guys go quiet once their shit fails. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the SLC chart, like I said. And overall, the narrative itself is just, I don't know, it's a bit like iffy. 0.072.
This is guaranteed. This is 100% going to pay me. I'm going to get rich from this. The easy money never seems to come. I remember sitting around talking with people about Bitcoin ETFs. Once the ETF launches, Bitcoin's going to $1 million a coin because institutional money can invest. ETF comes, Bitcoin's not $1 million a coin. I mean, it's gone up a bit, but it's not $1 million a coin. Anything that feels too easy, you know, you think, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and MSTR is going to be in the sky. The Bitcoin price is going up. It just never seems to happen. The easy stuff never seems to happen. You can only really be successful or really make money the hard way. You see all these things online, on Twitter, of these screenshots, these P&Ls, where people seem to just catch an easy lick. I don't think easy licks exist. If those P&Ls are real, those people probably lost just as much money chasing an easy P&L across the last 6 months on shitcoins. It's never easy.
I agree.
And I think one of the reasons I'm so good at dedicating myself and working hard and doing the right thing is because when I get an opportunity, I understand that even though it is very difficult, even though it is very hard, even though the chance seems slim, those are the ones that actually pay me in the end. Every time I've knuckled down and dedicated myself to something which was extremely difficult, I got paid. Every time I thought, this is easy, guaranteed, all the math adds up, no way this can go wrong, no work required, a little bit of money, a little bit of time, that's going to pay me. Never does. Never does. Isn't that interesting? It's like the universe, God, karma, whatever you want to call it, will only give you money the hard way. It'll only give you success the hard way. You can't get any of it the easy way. It just never seems to come like that. I know people win the lottery and all this shit, but have you won the lottery? I haven't won the lottery. Have you? Has anyone? Is it real? When you get a chance to do something, when you're offered the ability to work on something, and it feels hard or it feels difficult, you need to get very excited. You need to say, this feels difficult. This feels hard. I'm struggling to stay motivated. I'm struggling to be disciplined. That means it's going to work.
All right. Going to now eat one more meal, but I will not beg it. I'm not like my brain's a bit fried. I'm gonna just eat it and chill. Then clean the cafe, do the garden, and yeah. I want to try finish the garden. Pretty much all the leaves, everything that's on the ground, all the plants I want on my pile, such that it's ready for transportation to go to the dumpster place. Yeah, I want to try to get that done. I approximate it will take me another 1.5 hours, maybe 2. Easily doable. To be honest, thinking. I'll keep the stream on because I want to kind of speed run this a bit. But, well, I'm gonna eat, relax for like 20-30 minutes. Then go downstairs to the cafe, which will probably be an hour of work at least. Then the garden, an extra, so I'll probably be gone for like 3-4 hours. And honestly, soon after, I'm gonna have to go with my mom do something, so I'll probably maybe be able to stream an extra hour or so, but I might as well just keep the stream on. For the next, cause I'm kind of just like a bit lost. I'm really happy with these plays. Again, I'm not like, they're not conviction yet, and I want to stay updated as they release news and stuff, and then, you know, sell if I have to. I want to add 2 more projects to this, or actually, you know what? I'll add 1 more. I want 3 conviction plays, which is not a lot, but if I believe that, like, okay, this has serious potential to 10x next run. I mean, again, it's like it's gambling essentially, but I have something that can make me money in the short term if the run does happen. Circulating supply goes way up. Oh, hell nah. QF. What's the total supply again? 10 million. What? Circulating is what? Mainnet tokenomics will be different, alright. Need to be careful for that. But what we're gonna do is search one more. I don't really know the best way to find these things. Again, my kind of method right now is just go on Twitter, search like 100x gem, and try to figure out who has a genuine opinion, who's a KOL, who is an actual like degen who fucking no lives this shit, and try to get an average opinion or something, or a broad sense of what people say about this project, and see if there's a lot of alpha involved. And again, that's just the way I would see if it's worth even looking into, you know. Look at the team, you know, and then, but going through one by one, CoinGecko is probably the most retarded way to find alpha. Twitter also isn't great, but at least you can you can filter it yourself. You know, like, don't take advice from a KOL or influencer type account because they're probably paid, maybe paid. Look out for bot spams, ignore like retarded FOMO, like this is insane, 1 million X, unless it's said by someone with a genuine account. So essentially you're trying to curate a massive data set of genuine bullish opinions that are backed or originate from alpha accounts in a mass scale. And then you want to make sure that it has a Q4 catalyst, one of the big important things, or something at least that says, because again, if the chart looks like this, and you know, it's been like, again, this is nice, this is a good chart to me, this is something that if the utility adds up, this is what I want to be buying. But who says that we go from this to like this? You know, there needs to be a catalyst, some news. So that's important. I don't buy into large caps because the upside is just too limited. I don't care. Risk, yeah, sure, but and all that. So yeah.